comunicato con i nuovi progetti.
E quelli? Salgono adesso?
Qua sono tutti quelli di quest'anno. Esatto, che li saluto.
I registi di quest'anno.
Se volete li presento io.
Ma salgono?
Sì,
Sì,
salgono,
sì,
sì. Come, Dorca?
Mi piace. L'abbiamo lanciato. No, è stato siccome è andato benissimo, è steso agli altri. Come modello.
Quando Lughi ci dà il via, andiamo. Buongiorno a tutti, grazie di essere venuti. Sono Roberto Cicutto, il Presidente della Biennale. Veramente 2 parole. Oggi comincia la seconda decade, secondo 10 anni della vita del College Cinema. L'anno scorso l'abbiamo festeggiato anche con una bellissima pubblicazione e College Cinema ha fatto da apripista ad un'attività che poi si è estesa a tutte le altre arti della Biennale, perché abbiamo il college di danza, di teatro, di musica, dall'anno scorso anche di arte e da quest'anno di architettura. Faccio il presidente orgoglioso, non è merito mio, non l'ho inventati io, ma li abbiamo, se possibile, ancora potenziati e credo che sia un'esperienza che nessun'altra istituzione culturale, ammesso che ci siano istituzioni culturali dell'ampiezza della Biennale, multidisciplinari, ha. Non si tratta, come ben sapete, di scoprire persone che devono ancora decidere quale sarà il loro mestiere nella vita, nel campo dell'arte, ma si tratta di dare un forte impulso ad artisti delle varie discipline che già hanno deciso che quella è la loro professione. I risultati del cinema sono stati straordinari. L'anno scorso è stata addirittura dedicata una rassegna, una retrospettiva a New York assieme a Netflix e anche il Gotham Award al Cinema Paris di New York di un numero di film che si sono segnalati con il college. Quindi voglio fare gli auguri di buona partenza per il secondo decennio di questa attività e lascio la parola a chi a questo lavoro si dedica con anima e corpo, oltre al resto, come sapete, perché lui fa anche un festival oltre al college.
Buongiorno a tutti, grazie Presidente. È vero, facciamo anche un festival, però quando mi chiedono qual è la cosa di cui sono più orgoglioso e qual è il risultato di cui sono più orgoglioso in questi 12 anni ormai di attività all'interno della Biennale, dico sempre che è l'intuizione che ci ha portato a realizzare Biennale College Cinema e con i risultati che abbiamo ottenuto, che sono davvero sorprendenti. Ormai siamo arrivati a 38, dico bene Salina? 37 film finanziati interamente dalla Biennale Cinema, finché, come sapete, hanno circolato in giro per altri festival, vinto premi, ottenuto distribuzioni commerciali o in sala o sulle piattaforme, spesso con ottimi risultati anche dal punto di vista commerciale. Come sapete, i diritti dei film rimangono agli autori, al produttore e al regista che hanno realizzato il progetto, e questo è un altro elemento che rende praticamente unico la nostra iniziativa. Non mi voglio dilungare perché il tempo è poco a disposizione. Questa conferenza stampa serve, oltre che per incontrare gli autori dei 3 film realizzati nell'ambito della 11ª edizione di Biennale College Cinema, anche per annunciare che inizia a brevissimo, alla prima settimana di ottobre, il primo workshop della 12ª edizione e oggi uscirà il comunicato stampa con l'annuncio dei 12 progetti selezionati per questa 12ª edizione. sono progetti che vengono dall'Italia naturalmente, ma anche dall'Ucraina, dall'Ungheria, dal Kirghizistan, dalla Polonia, dagli Stati Uniti, dall'Australia e per la prima volta anche dal Ghana. Se volete vi leggo velocemente i nomi, che però voglio dire non è che vi dicono molto perché sono ovviamente esordienti, con poche eccezioni sono tutte opere prime. Le opere seconde, se non sbaglio, sono due?
Sì.
Due soltanto, e quindi forse è inutile che vi legga l'elenco, che rischia di essere di comunicare poco. Il comunicato peraltro diffuso lo troverete facilmente, e quindi a questo punto cedo la parola a Sabina Nerotti, che invece è la responsabile dell'attività, tra le altre cose che fa per conto della Mostra del Cinema e della Biennale, è la responsabile di Biennale College Cinema.
Buongiorno, grazie. Sì, sono molto felice di questo augurio, spero davvero che riusciamo a fare una seconda decade. La prima è stata straordinaria ed abbiamo iniziato bene. Prima volevo solo aggiungere un paio di informazioni che arricchiscono, se volete, i risultati del college. 37 sono i film che sono stati completati e finanziati dalla Biennale, ma 74 sono i film realizzati anche poi con risorse indipendenti, ma che sono stati sviluppati all'interno del college, perché come sapete il college fa una selezione iniziale per il primo workshop di 12 progetti e poi 4 vengono finanziati e noi li vediamo alla Mostra del Cinema, 3 o 4 a seconda degli anni, e 2 sono di registe donne e 1 è sempre italiano. Intanto allora mi faceva piacere presentare i registi di quest'anno. Tra l'altro hanno avuto le sale piene, i film sono già stati presentati e anche abbiamo il regista dell'opera virtuale, perché il college è anche il college Virtual Reality e stiamo per annunciare il bando per l'8ª edizione. Quindi accanto a me Claudio Casale, il regista dell'anno dell'uovo, quindi l'opera italiana di quest'anno. Poi José Pablo Escamilla, il film L'Umbra en Sueño dal Messico. Dorca Vermes dall'Ungheria per Arni, e con First Day dall'Ucraina Valery Korshunov. Come state?
Beh, molto bene, devo dire. L'adrenalina dell'anno sta leggermente scendendo, è bellissimo che avvenga qui, è bellissimo che avvenga in questa edizione poi così particolare, che è l'80ª, che inizia proprio un nuovo percorso, un nuovo sguardo, e un grande sentimento di gratitudine sento di avere verso la Biennale, verso appunto il presidente Cicutto, il direttore artistico Barbera e Savina Nerotti, che come Head of Study ci ha dato una grandissima opportunità. Per me nello specifico, se ci devo pensare adesso che in queste ore sto raccogliendo cosa è successo, innanzitutto la possibilità di aver avuto di girare un film che sentivo di dover girare immediatamente. Avevo una fortissima urgenza, non era un film che poteva attendere gli anni che normalmente bisognerebbe attendere in un normale percorso. Essere supportato durante tutto quello che è stato i workshop di sviluppo per capire come in poco tempo fare qualcosa il più possibile centrato è stata una grande opportunità. E nel ripensarci in queste ore in cui San Servolo un po' ci culla e ci fa ragionare su cosa è avvenuto, c'è sicuramente l'enorme libertà creativa che abbiamo avuto, che ci è stata data. Io credo che questo, per esempio nel caso dell'anno dell'uovo, ci devo riflettere in queste ore, sarebbe stato un percorso di finanziamento molto complesso altrimenti. In questo caso noi abbiamo avuto una libertà creativa, ci è stata data, che è stato un grande dono e che credo che veramente come esperienza di registi nulla quanto il Biennale College può forse come giovani registi insegnarci e farci capire qual è il valore della Biennale, della Fondazione, e come italiano mi devo dire che mi sento estremamente fortunato che una fondazione così sia nel mio paese ed è stupendo, perciò grazie davvero.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm really happy to be here. I'm really proud of these guys, these people that made we were together on this really intense workshop. Also the producers over there, which made a fucking amazing work. I'm sorry. Fuck. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. I'm really happy to be here. I'm really relieved of finally showing our film, which was made with love, sweat, and sometimes a little bit of blood. No. But with a lot of passion, and we're really thankful for this opportunity, for you to believe in us. It's something that not happens that often. So we're really, really happy and really thankful for being here.
Okay, so there is not much left for me to say, but I also very happy and feel really, really grateful. So it's a really special program in terms of, I think this is the only one, as far as I know, that grants production money. So in my case, otherwise I don't think I would be able to make my first feature film, so I'm really grateful and very happy to be here.
Thank you.
Yes, I also want to join to the previous words and say many thanks to the Biennale for this opportunity, because this program is one of the best programs that I taken part. It's really helped us to focus on the project, and it was really useful. I can explain how much. Yes, and I've also talked with the other projects, and they say the same, because we must have a super mentorship program and the workshops, and we understand all what to do and what not to do. And when we are finished, we have a full understanding what we need to do. You know, it's like a fully pre-production was for us. And immersive program, it's I want to say that now Immersive Island and the immersive program and the selection of these projects and the Biennale Cinema for the VR. It's a unique opportunity for the guys from this sector to pitch their project and to increase their skills, because I know, because I research a lot and I understand how to work this field. This really one of the best opportunity to work with the project on this field. It's super cool, and also after that to see how they organize the Immersive Island and see how these projects go in the industry, how they are making new connections and grow after that. It's super beautiful and bright, because VR industry, it's a new language of the cinema, and we are also still in development and try to find new language for this field. And it's like, you know, it's like a big playground when we are discovered, and as a professionals we are so happy to see these new, you know, possibilities, and this language is. I'm also going to the other countries and see how it is. I think Italian people. I know that Biennale is a public institution. I think Italian people do the super right job, and they're really helpful. I think everybody in our industry know this that Biennale do. And really grateful. It's not grateful only for me, but I think also from the people from the VR industry. And also as Ukrainians, with our project, I also want to say many thanks, because when we go from the blackout to the Venice, it was really intense, because it was really crazy, you know, between situation of the war and the bright moments when you see the people who are also working, you know, on the future. So because the war is not about the future. So VR it's really on that side. It was really impressed me. Thank you so much.
Aggiungo una cosa a margine di quanto abbiamo detto finora. approfittando del fatto che l'ultimo regista che ha parlato viene dall'Ucraina, per ricordarvi che anche quest'anno ci sarà una giornata dedicata alla situazione ucraina. Mercoledì mattina dalle 10 alle 12 ci sarà un incontro al Cinema Excelsior focalizzato sui problemi e le possibilità e gli sviluppi legati all'industria cinematografica ucraina. Quindi siete ovviamente tutti invitati a partecipare. Non sarà un generico incontro destinato a sostenere, come peraltro facciamo sempre, abbiamo fatto a partire dallo scorso anno, l'Ungheria in questa situazione incredibile di aggressione inaccettabile da parte della Russia, ma sarà invece un momento di lavoro e di scambio di idee e di progetti sulla situazione del cinema ucraino e sul suo futuro. Grazie per l'attenzione. Ho detto Cinema Excelsior, volevo dire Hotel Excelsior.
È bello, è bello.
Vabbè, non so se c'è qualche domanda da parte vostra, se no, voglio dire, non è che siamo obbligati a... No?
Solo gli auguri ai prossimi.
Certo.
Grande in bocca al lupo a chi verrà dopo di loro.
Va bene, grazie mille per l'attenzione. Buona continuazione a tutti.
Hello, hello.
Buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti alla conferenza di The Theory of Everything. Vi presento subito gli ospiti al tavolo, che sono, partiamo dai produttori, Lixie Frank per Panama Film e Sarah Bourne per Cat Pix, i produttori Victoria Stolpe, The Barricades, e Heino Decker, Yeah, The Fiction. E abbiamo anche il compositore della colonna sonora, Diego Ramos Rodriguez, gli attori Hans Zischler, Olivia Ross e Jan Bulow e il regista Tim Kroger. Allora, vi chiedo cortesemente di alzare bene la mano se avete voglia di fare domande. Io vorrei cominciare con una domanda per il regista. Questo film credo di aver capito che si inserisca in una ideale trilogia cominciata proprio qui a Venezia 9 anni fa con The Council of Birds, che era la SIC, la Settimana Internazionale della Critica. Ecco, che rapporto c'è tra questo film e il precedente?
We were here 9 years ago with the film called Council of Birds, which is a not ideal translation for the title Zerrumpelt Herz, which means something like shattered heart. And it was a very late romantic film about music set in 1929. And even back then, Victoria and my screenwriter Roderick, we had the idea of making 3 films that would span the 20th century, as it were, from a kind of German cultural perspective. And we took some time, but then the idea cropped up for a film set in the 60s called Die Theorie von Allem, and it felt like a black and white film. It had to be. And this time it would not be about music, but about physics and the paranoia that could ensue if you take some of it seriously.
Mm-hmm. Sì, c'è già una domanda lì?
Ja, hallo, Arnold Schnötzinger, ORF Radio, österreichisches Radio. 2 Fragen an Tim Kröger. Erstens, könnten Sie Ihre Referenzquellen bei der Stilisierung sowohl auf der Film- als auch auf der Tonebene benennen? Und das Zweite ist die Idee des Multiversums, also auch der parallelen Universen ist ja sehr modern. Inwiefern?
Scusi, sorry if I interrupt you, but there is no translation for German. Can you pose your question in English?
But can he later on answer in German? Is that possible?
There will be no translation, so it will be just for you.
Yeah, but I beg your pardon that he could speak in German. So, did you get my question?
I can try both. Actually.
Yeah, maybe because I need an original sound for this.
But just give me the cues again.
Yeah, I give you the cues.
Can you the references?
The references for the stylization of the movie and also the meaning of multiversum today and in the past.
I mean, it's very complicated, and this film is obviously filled chock full of references, some of them conscious, most of them unconscious. There's Hitchcock, obviously. We quote Lynch. It's a meeting of many filmmakers, some of which I have not seen or met myself, but it's a whole undercurrent of cinema memory that is kind of hidden underneath the hotel, like in this film. And some of it is very, very conscious, like it goes back to it goes on to the Nouvelle Vague and even to the 70s Italian cinema. But most of it is, I would say, half remembered as this kind of, we wanted this film to be a journey into a strange, foreign past world, and I think the way we remember the past is intrinsically connected to cinema, and to really lead the audience into, or to immerse them into a journey into this strange world. It had to feel like a lot of films stacked together, and taking those genres seriously, subverting them at the same time, but creating something new. Und die deutsche Antwort wäre, ja, es gab einen Haufen Referenzen, ganz viele waren bewusst, noch viel mehr waren unbewusst. Hitchcock ist vielleicht die oberste Referenz. Und das Ganze haben wir gemacht, um die Zuschauer in eine Welt zu entführen, die sich wirklich fremd anfühlt, aber gleichzeitig vertraut. Es gibt so eine basale Kinovertrautheit, die entsteht, wenn man so viele Filme zitiert, sozusagen. And to go back to your second question about the multiverse, I think we live in very special times. We don't know where humanity is headed. We are kind of at a crossroads. And we live in a reality which feels sometimes, I think it's not an exaggeration to say that people now feel trapped more than they ever did in the last decades, at least here in the West, because there's no proper utopia for the world. We have a lot of visions for the end of the world, and we have a lot of virtual realities where we can kind of escape into the multiple realities. We can live whatever life we want, but in reality, we don't really feel that way. And I think that is one cultural reason for the multiverse, and this film tackles it in its own way. Yeah. I think if I do the German, we don't have much time. Okay.
A proposito di riferimenti e di citazioni, leggevo appunto che Matrix, che appunto è arrivato sugli schermi nel 99, è stato forse un punto di non ritorno, una svolta dell'immaginario cinematografico molto importante, quantomeno per lei. Ecco, mi chiedevo in che senso questo film ha segnato il suo immaginario.
Okay, did everybody get the question? Yeah, this is, I mean, it has not a direct bearing on the film, but I talked about The Matrix because I think it's a film that shaped our generation in a kind of funny way. Like, I don't know if you were brought up with this kind of naive optimism of, I don't know, Star Trek or whatever. There was a utopia, but Matrix and other films like that, but I think Matrix first and foremost, this film shattered an optimism of an entire generation because it made us realize quite realistically that we don't live in reality. We are living in a kind of lie, whichever it is, and if we want to wake up out of that lie, there's a worse world awaiting us. Like, we are now chased by weird cyber agents and everything. Like, the Matrix shows us that to live in a lie is the better option, maybe, and that is just the opposite of utopia. And I think it has left my generation, or at least some people in my generation, with a loss of hope. And now what post-modernity does is, I guess, is we still collect the remnants of our history. This film collects remnants of cinema history, and it looks at the past, trying to puzzle together a vision for something new. And of course, the film is intrinsically intertwined with a question that regards fate. Is there such a thing as fate? The film implicitly and explicitly in its story asks that. And I guess retroactively, all people know that feeling. Like, when we think about our life, we want there to be meaning. We want everything we do or everything that happened to us to make sense. But in reality, we don't know if that's true. And in that very uncomfortable contradiction lies, I think, the essence of what we need to look forward into the future.
Agli attori mi piacerebbe chiedere come sono che tipo di lavoro hanno fatto per entrare in questo universo così denso, in questo mondo che veramente, dove è chiara una compresenza di così tanti elementi. Cosa hanno fatto, come hanno lavorato per entrare in questo universo ed entrare nei panni dei rispettivi personaggi che restano molto, molto misteriosi per noi.
Question for me or
for the actors? Yes. So maybe
it's for the actors. Oh.
Jan want to start.
Can you give the question again? I'm so sorry, but I didn't understand that.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, please. Sorry.
Sorry, the question is how...
I thought the question would have been to him, so can you...
Okay, so the question is what kind of work you did to get in this world, this universe, and for your character, there is still so mysterious.
Yeah, okay. Actually, none. So, because always, like, I mean, I always say, if you do an acting job, it's like you don't feel the reality of a world, because obviously, like, I mean, a character doesn't wake up every morning and says, "Oh, I'm this character." So he's caught up in the reality he's in, and that's why, I mean, there isn't a special feeling to it. I just fell in love with the screenplay, and I fell in love with the story, and I learned my lines. That's it.
I will add something later, but...
Olivia.
Well, I feel like, I guess that follows from what Jan is saying, but I feel like it's interesting because you always, when you read a script, you're always also a spectator, sure. You know, so you have both sensitivities, I think, when reading a script, the actor's sensitivity, but also the spectator. But I think in this film also, for me, what was really lovely in terms of preparation or non-preparation in a way is because I read it so far before we actually filmed it, because it was just before COVID that I read the script, and then there was obviously COVID, so it was postponed a few times, and so I had, I think, kind of almost 2 years to just like live with the film, and that's something that for me, I've only had this, I think, twice to really have that time. And I think because this film also, like you were saying, Jan, I think it's just a film, the script I loved. And so to just be able to live alongside a story for a certain amount of time and just let it seep in is quite amazing and quite rare. And then for me, there was obviously the piano preparation, which I think was another, like, a really enjoyable way of, in a way, doing preparation, because I don't play the piano, so I was practicing and learning very, you know, something very pragmatic, but also because it's music, it just, you know, goes into you in a way that's not cerebral. And for me, I always really like that, because I think when people talk about preparation, although I really respect, you know, all the homework, quote unquote, I also feel for me that I need a place that's not homeworky, a place that's not cerebral, but that taps into more, your unconscious or your emotions. And I think the music is was an incredible help for that.
Mm-hmm.
I would add that the two of them were incredible sparring partners intellectually and emotionally for this film. And I mean, we talked a lot about the film, a lot about the scenes that you weren't even in, because this film is also told from her perspective, not ostentative, not, you know, on the surface, but there is her story, which you can get on a second viewing, and it might be very interesting. And with Jan, I felt the challenge was, because he's an extroverted character, but the character in the film is kind of the opposite. It was a lot of fun to work on that, and we did work on that, if you remember.
Yeah, I can add something to that, because he drove us crazy with always, like, after every take, he said, do less, do less, do less, do less. And I said, like, I can't do less anymore, but he was
turns out you actually could. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, he was actually right. It's fascinating, but I mean, if you play the drama, then no one believes you. But if you don't play anything, then everyone sees something in there, which is maybe not thought that way. But the great thing is that the spectator, not the spectator, the audience is. You shouldn't underestimate the audience. This is actually a quote a director once said to me, a theater director. And that's actually true, because the audience always sees more than there actually was. So that's a great thing. So don't underestimate the audience. That's it.
Yes. When you enter the field of the camera, when you enter the set as an actor, you always enter, you cross the threshold to a parallel world. Always. Another world. In that case, this parallel world really had to have some plausibility. It was so strange to read the script and you said, I mean, what I do is always entering another world, but in that case, this other world really appeared and really showed itself in a very, very embarrassing, and it was an adventure to see yourself in the 1960s and to act in some way you didn't know exactly what happened, because there was a certain improbability in what had happened. And this very question, how are we linked to reality, because we're always dreaming of a different reality, this is what the film shows in a fantastic way. So that's why I'm so really glad to have this experience, which I didn't have in any other film before.
E a proposito di riferimenti, di citazioni, di omaggi di cui si parlava prima, questo discorso che si faceva a proposito delle immagini vale naturalmente anche per la musica, per la colonna sonora, il commento sonoro. Quindi mi piacerebbe chiedere a Diego come ha lavorato con il regista in questo senso, proprio sull'utilizzo, diciamo, anche certi cliché musicali, ecco, come è stato il lavoro con il regista.
Thank you. Tim and I know each other for some years already, and because the film was in plan for a long time, we used to talk for several years, many times a year, about the film with no script, with no images, with no pictures, just ideas. He sent me all his favorite pieces, which were quite a lot, and I was very, very glad to talk to him on this level. We already knew that the film needed some references to the Hollywood classics, but also to older music, also to silent film music in some cases, and also to newer music, and also to concert music. We used references from some avant-garde composers like Yanis Xenakis or Georgi Ligeti, apart from, of course, from Edmund Meisel, silent film hero for me, composer, to Bernard Herrmann, of course, John Williams, Paul Misraki. But we also knew that the soundtrack couldn't be any of these things. It had to be something else as well, because the soundtrack needed to cross the same boundaries that the film does, that the images do. So there was an amazing work. It was an amazing process to see and to listen to in which moments of the film you can really cross that boundary, in which moments of the film can you get to the audience by offering some well-known or maybe some familiar melodies, sound atmospheres, maybe harmonies, and in which moments you have to create different psychological level with the music. And that's what fascinates me about film and music, that you can work on the craft of it, you can work on the editing of the images and of the music, but then at the same time you have to work on a very psychological level, which doesn't even relate directly to sounds. And that's why we could talk about the film, about the music for hours without even hearing one single piece of music. It's because both sound and the image and the editing relate to the same thing which lies underneath, and which is in the plot, and it's also in the sounds, and it's also in the music, in the images, but you can really only talk about it. And the thing about the sort of hiding those things and just offering them to the audience was really what fascinated me in this kind of work with him. So I'm also very thankful for that.
E le location di questo film non fanno semplicemente da sfondo, ma insomma sono protagoniste, grandi protagoniste di questa storia. Quindi mi piacerebbe sapere dai produttori che esperienza è stata questa, produttivamente parlando, quali sono state le sfide e anche il fascino di muoversi in quel mondo lì.
I can answer that, but I think better would be Lixi in that case, because the film was shot big time in the Miller-Bauchert Hotel in Austria, and they were looking for it, and they found it. And as you probably see, it was a fantastic place we had there, because the obligation that we had, more or less, was to find something that represents the time, but is not destroyed yet, and is not renovated. And that was an ideal situation, but Lixi, you can tell more about that.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, it was quite a challenge. I mean, it started actually with Tim and Sandra. They told us about the Südbahn Hotel. It's the location we shot. They found the place, like, I think, taking a walk, when I remember right. And they always told us that this would be a really nice location for the film. So when we entered the project and came on board, this was the first thing that was obvious for us to shoot the interior of the hotel at the Südbahn Hotel in south of Vienna. It's like 1 hour south. And the other locations were also like a great challenge for us. I mean, it's all in the mountains. Although we have a Swiss co-production on board, at this time we said, okay, we shoot all Swiss locations actually in Austria, money-wise and also production-wise. So we went to Eastern Tyrol, where there are still some places that are not like so modern, you know, like where we can tell the 60s quite well. So this was a place where we went really early before COVID, actually, for location scouting and found these beautiful places. And yeah, we had enough time to wrap all the pre-production, which was also quite challenging. Like in the mountains, you know, you can imagine, like with all the snow and the cold, it was not an easy shooting to do, but yeah, I think it was totally worth it to go there.
Yeah,
Maybe
I mean the whole
Victoria can.
Yeah, the whole process was quite intense. I mean, we worked on this movie for 8 years, I think, so we really took our time with the development of the script and also finding the locations, which was really challenging to just find some perfect spots like the hotel, which we did in the end in Austria, but we also shot in Germany, and I ended up on Google Maps a lot and just searched around and talked to people and met people in the cities and met weird people in our way and good people in our way. And in the end, we managed just to find the perfect world for our story. So.
Mm-hmm. Sarah, add something.
Yeah, it was. We came in as last co-producers, and a lot of work had been done before. And it was actually, I mean, you all know Switzerland. It's very hard to find locations that haven't been renovated because obviously it's so wealthy that everything gets renovated every 5 years. So it was the perfect combination for us, knowing that the interiors were already found in Austria, and we just had 2 shooting days of exteriors in Switzerland, in the region of Graubünden and in Berner Oberland. So there was really a wonderful cooperation between the 3 countries, I think, and it all came together very well, and it feels very realistically like Switzerland to me. Yeah.
Ci sono domande? Io avrei ancora una domanda per il regista e mi piacerebbe sapere se ci sono state delle immagini concrete da cui è partita l'idea del film, oltre appunto all'idea di raccontare una storia inventata negli anni 60 in bianco e nero, se ci sono state proprio delle immagini precise da cui è nato tutto, quali sono, se ci sono.
think the images come, or whatever images we had in mind, they came from a whole bunch of literary and cinematic sources. Whatever, I mean, the idea, when it cropped up, I saw a mountain, I knew there was a hotel, and I knew for some reason there was something strange, like a weird dark mystery underneath that mountain. That was an image, but it was like also an idea in our heads. We developed the script for quite a while, and Roderick came up with this parallel world story, which fitted whatever I had in mind quite neatly. It fitted the characters in the kind of weird love, romance meets paranoia story that's happening between Jan and Olivia, Johannes and Karin, and also those older professors who represent different, I would say, psychological traits and also traits of physicists. Where was I going? The images. I mean, we worked on that script for quite a while, and when we had done that and we went on location, I think me and my DOP, we kind of intuited our way through it all. Like, there were a lot of conscious references, but like I said, a lot more unconscious ones, and we kind of walked on set and did what we had to do. This whole film was an exercise in the unconscious, because I felt the film, to put it quite bombastically or esoterically, I felt the film already existed, and we just had to go to the world where we could show it to other people, and now we're here.
E allora, nella speranza di ritrovarla qui a Venezia anche con la terza parte, dell'ultima parte di questa trilogia, grazie per questo film e ci fermiamo qui e grazie a tutti. Grazie.
Grazie per essere alla conferenza stampa del film fuori concorso The CAINE Mutiny Court Martial. Prima di cominciare vi presento dalla destra in fondo al tavolo lo scenografo Kirk Petruccelli, il montatore Darren Navarro, il produttore Matt Parker e la produttrice Annabelle Dunn. I'd like to start with a question to Annabelle. And Annabelle, how did you become part of this project? I understand you knew Billy before, but also your uncle produced one of his films.
Yes. Yeah. So my late uncle Dominic Dunn, actually, unbeknownst to me until recently, had produced Boys in the Band for Billy a long, long time ago. And I knew Billy socially in Los Angeles, and his wife Sherry Lansing, and Billy had been mulling over this play by Herman Wouk, which was the court-martial part of the CAINE Mutiny story. And he said, I want to do this, I can see it in my mind, and it's going to be similar to how I did 12 Angry Men. It's going to be, you know, action-packed, tight, pressurized scenes, and that's what I want to do. He had a crystal clear vision of what he wanted to do. So I just needed to simply help him make that happen.
Why do you think, and the other panelists can join in, why do you think Billy liked this particular play so much? I mean, he had done Pinter, you know, he had done Tracy Letts, work with Tracy Letts. He liked theater work, but why do you think this particular text spoke to him?
He loved Herman Wouk's writing. He was really passionate about it, and I think that's one of the reasons why he wanted to do this one.
Darren, you worked with Billy before in Bug, and so he liked tight space and liked play. What do you think as an editor?
He certainly knew how to work with tight space, but it was not something that he limited himself to. I worked as an assistant editor with him as well, and we did big action films that took place in the great outdoors, like The Hunted and Rules of Engagement. So, as Annabelle said, once he had read a script or a piece of material and then seen the movie in his mind, then he knew that he could move forward. And he worked in large and small spaces alike.
Can you talk a little bit about the production? I think I remember when I spoke to him just before I was going to Los Angeles, and I said, we're coming to LA, and he said, oh, we come and visit, but be fast because we're going to finish ahead of time, and I have a 2-week shoot. So this film was shot in 2 weeks, in fact, less than 2 weeks. Can you just talk a little bit about that set and the production?
Well, to be fair, sorry, Billy, it was actually 3 weeks. It was 1 day less than 15 days. It was incredibly fast. Again, he just knew what he was doing. And so we were in one location, one set, which Kirk beautifully designed, and the actors had to be incredibly prepared. They were all off book the very first day they showed up, because Billy impressed upon them that he was a one-take director, and he really was, and that if there was more than 2 takes, there was a problem. So I think that they just came in, and our very, very first scene, our first take, Billy liked to shoot long, continuous takes. Our first scene, take 1, Kiefer Sutherland came in off book and did over 20 pages of dialogue. Nailed it, first time, done. And what an amazing way to kind of start us off. And so from then on, we were just going quickly.
Kiefer Sutherland was his choice for Quig, right?
Yes, he really had his heart set on Kiefer. That was kind of the linchpin for him with his casting, and everything grew from that. And he had an amazing casting director, Denise Chamian, who he'd worked with before, and she was very instrumental in helping him fill out the rest of the cast. But for him, in his mind, he said, Kiefer has a long, slow fuse, and that's what I want for my Captain Quig.
Billy had a reputation to be flamboyant, but the day Alberto and I came on set, it was so evident that the crew loved him and that the actors were in awe. Is that the case?
Yeah, there was a very special vibe to the whole shoot, and the actors, wrote us afterwards and spoke about that. And the way Billy carried the set, and the way that, like Annabelle had said, everyone was super prepared and completely off book. It was just an incredible shoot all around.
And from the term of, raise your hand if you have questions, otherwise I monopolize this. Let me, one more. From the term of production design, he likes long takes, so, and this is a constricted space, so how did you design to make the possibility of this thing to be so fluid?
We designed it in order for Billy to move the camera anytime, any place he wanted to, and we had to do it in no time. So in order to do that, he gave me a rough diagrammatic of what he believed in. And from that, it was easy. It was easy just to place things, move walls, move desks, move parts that he can put himself and his camera lens where he needed to be for the actors. And it was breathtaking to watch.
There's a question there.
Buongiorno, sono Andrea Guglielmino di Cinecittà News. Dunque, mi ha colpito la frase introduttiva al film, in cui Billy, appunto, diceva, come lo chiamate voi, giustamente, affettuosamente, diceva che a lui interessava la sottile linea che divideva il bene dal male negli uomini. In particolare con quello che state dicendo, questa sua capacità aristotelica, questo è un testo teatrale, di stare nello stesso spazio, nello stesso tempo, nello stesso luogo per tutta la durata del film. Se ci pensiamo, anche L'Esorcista è un dramma da camera, si potrebbe fare a teatro, forse l'hanno anche fatto. Come questa compattezza di tempo, luogo e spazio lo aiutava a individuare questa linea tra il bene e il male, secondo voi che lo avete conosciuto e ci avete lavorato insieme. Grazie.
I'll clarify quickly one thing, which is, I'm so glad you asked. That beautiful quote is actually, Billy did not put that there. That's something that we put after he passed away in the beginning of August, just for the sake of the festival, to give everyone a sense of who he was and what he thought. He probably would never want that fanfare for himself in the front of a movie. But the quote is incredibly true and accurate, and I think precisely how he viewed, the lens through which he viewed so many things in life. So Darren, you should speak to that, but just that was me to clarify, just from a production standpoint.
Sure. Yeah, I worked with Billy for going on 3 decades, and I can tell you that in every story that he pursued or that he found interesting, there was that blurry line between, as he called them, our inner demons and our better angels. And he was always looking for a way to present the banality of evil, but also to find good things about people who you might be inclined to dislike, and to look at heroes and see their darker nature as well. That's the only thing that he was consistently interested in, and which is why he said he was always, pursuing stories that had an inherent ambiguity to them, and he wanted to highlight that ambiguity because that was how he saw the world.
Yeah, and that passion for ambiguity, that curiosity, made him such a generous director and human being as well.
Very much.
Yep, it's coming.
Hi. I want to because the production was just 14 days, I'm just curious, once the Billy the story, I really want to make it, and how actually from the beginning, the pre-production to rehearsal to prepare the setting and everything, location choose, actually how long it takes you guys just to shoot the 14 days, and also are there any difficulties which you think about the possibilities, to just set the schedule, finish in this timeline, it's very challenging actually for feature films, for in these days, Yeah, thank you so much.
We were incredibly lucky. It went incredibly well and smoothly. And that is because Billy is what we like to call a game player. And so it doesn't really matter about practice. On game day, he just shows up and completely rises to the occasion. But in terms of timeline, we started, I think my first conversation with him about the project was the spring of 2022. And then we got very lucky. Paramount was the first place we spoke to, and they took it off the table right away and said, we want to do this with you. And then they just really gave Billy carte blanche to do exactly what he wanted to do. Truly, it was an enormous amount of freedom. So because of all of those constraints being lifted, he was just able to focus on updating the script, which we did that summer at his kitchen table, the two of us, and I mean, me just watching. And then we went into pre-production that fall. Casting was all done that fall, and Kirk got started that fall. We started building the set. And so Billy felt really, really strongly that the shoot go quickly. He said, I'm 1 or 2 takes. I know what's going to happen here. I've done this before. And he was right. It just went, that's why it went so fast, because he had the movie in his head.
And the edit also was really fast.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've never worked with a director who was more prepared for every stage of production and post-production than Billy was. He, as I said before, he only proceeds when he has seen the movie in his head, and then he really knows what he wants and how to get it at every stage. I think it's probably worth mentioning that even with the 14-day shoot, Billy not being a young man anymore, they were kind of half days. He would come in at about 10:30 or 11. We would work straight through. Everybody would just grab their lunch when they could, and he was wrapping by 4 or 5. So that one take, having actors who were off book, it was as though he were putting on a play. Every actor knew their lines front to back. And then, yes, the edit went very quickly as well. We, without getting into too much detail, he came in, he saw the cut, he had a few little notes for me, and we wrapped it up very quickly. He knew exactly what he wanted, which allowed me to know exactly what to give him.
Billy was a delight to talk to, and he loved to spend time talking about good, evil, ambiguities, books. I kind of sense that on set it was much more straightforward. With the actors, I don't see him giving big speeches or big motivation, and it's more like just straightforward. Am I wrong?
He was very straightforward. It was, he would kind of sit back behind the monitors and kind of bark out instructions to the actors. But there weren't those long, intimate conversations on set. He really wanted to move quickly, and that's why I had the actors off book. And yeah.
Annabelle, you had another very famous director on set, a mascot, so to speak. Can you explain a little bit for the audience that doesn't know what is the process and why there is a need to have, when a director passes a certain age, to have a sort of a stand-in?
Of course. So I'll tell you a story, and only because he himself later came out and shared with everyone after Billy died. Up until that point, we were really under state secret not to make it about this. But so Billy was in his late 80s, and despite having all the financing, having the best crew you could get, having actors at the top of their field, I could not get Billy insured. And that's very common. It's ageist in Hollywood. It's hard to sometimes pass the insurance because he was considered a key part of the production. And so we came up with a compromise, which was, okay, we'll find what's called a backup director. And this is just somebody that basically goes on the form paperwork and serves as kind of a completion guarantee should, God forbid, something happen during production, that the movie will finish on time and on budget. It's usually, someone that's available So I have this call with him, and I gingerly say, Billy, we need to do this. And I was feeling very nervous about his reaction because obviously this was his film. And is there anyone, maybe someone younger, maybe somebody you mentored, that you'd want to fill in, you know, just on the paperwork? He said, I'll think about it. He was kind of gruff. And he calls me back the next day. He goes, okay, I have the guy. Are you ready? Get a pen. I said, of course, hold on. Okay, honey, it's Guillermo del Toro. You got that? I was like, oh, yeah, I got that. Oh my God, are you serious? Guillermo's a very close friend of Billy's and had graciously said, not only, yes, of course, I'll go on your paperwork, but despite me just having put out this little film called Pinocchio, which is now being promoted, I'm going to come to set every single day and sit next to you. It was a joy for all of us, including the actors, to have his presence there, but he made it abundantly clear it was Billy's movie, but he said he was our mascot, and he was just, he and Billy make quite a fun pair. They play off each other. And so, yes, I mean, we actually had quite a few people that lined up to do that if need be. It kind of became the hot ticket in town to say you were, you know, Friedkin's backup to the backup. But we were really, really lucky to have Guillermo, who was just there really as a friend for Billy.
Yeah, he said he couldn't stay away from set. Was when Billy was preparing the film, how was he sharing with his collaborators what his vision was? Was he suggesting watch movies, read this, look at that, talking to you individually? How did that work? What kind of vision background did he give you?
Well, we had kind of in threes. I had 3 meetings with Billy, all at the house, and he kept telling me, let's keep it compressed, but let's open it up because we have to let this breathe. There's pressure, but he would describe things in metaphoric terms, greatness, honor, tradition of the Navy, the value and spirit, we have to get that. And Paths of Glory came up, and he just admired the scope and scale and the pressure that greatness can combine onto a man. And that's all he had to tell me. And I showed him preliminary designs. He loved every minute of it, made a few changes. He said, if you put that there, we're ready. And I had 3 weeks to put the set together. We had a week to light it with the best team I've ever worked with. And from there, Billy arrived and knew exactly what he wanted to do every minute of every day of that 14 days. And it was remarkable from my end.
Anyone else?
Yeah, he mentioned Paths of Glory to me too, in terms of how he wanted the trial to move. That was really, you know, the way, the use of space and the use of tempo in Kubrick's film was a model of sorts for how he wanted to approach the whole film of CAINE Mutiny Court Martial. And having known him for many years, I also know what a fan he is of the original CAINE Mutiny film with Humphrey Bogart. I mean, he's a fan of Bogart broadly, but he, I mean, I probably heard him quote that film many times over the years that I've worked with him, so I know that that was at least a partial inspiration for him, and I made a point of going back to rewatch both of those films before we embarked on this, as well as Altman's, which I had never seen before. Altman's version of this same film, if for only for the reason to just I just wanted to see, you know, the different ways in which the same story can be done. But his points of reference, at least to me, were Paths of Glory and many years of his fandom for Bogart and the original film.
It's interesting about Altman because I thought that's how such different directors, I mean, completely different directors. But then, as I was watching the movie and thinking about the text, it's very similar. They are 2 very subversive spirits, and this is a story of you know, kind of, I guess it was turning the tables, you know, sure. and of a man that it's victimized in a way that,
I do think it's telling that if you watch the CAINE mutiny, you are not left with much of a question as to Queeg's sanity. But if you only watch the CAINE mutiny court-martial in any form, it's entirely ambiguous whether Queeg, and that's the one that was more interesting ultimately.
Yeah.
Was the one where you're not really sure what to think about Queeg and what really happened.
Yeah. Very. In terms of the relationship with between Billy and as you say, Guillermo, Billy was constantly in touch with young filmmakers. And he, when you talk to him and he was talking about his older films, he was like, you should have moved quicker. So with age, he wanted his film to be faster, and because he felt like audiences were more attuned to faster timing. And I thought it was just great how he wanted to really keep being relevant in the contemporary language. Did you feel like that as well, since you worked with him over the years so long?
We got to play around with a lot of different editing tempos and approaches on the films that we did together. He had been at the studio for a long time, and there's a certain set of expectations for the kinds of, for pacing when you're working on movies that, cost a studio $80 to $100 million. When we did Bug, which was obviously a much lower budget film and had a much more, it was an art film, essentially. And one of the things that it really allowed us to do was to play with editorial styles. And also because it was a play that he didn't want to feel like a play, he wanted it to be very clearly be a cinematic work. Mm-hmm. We were able to play with jump cutting and compressing time early on in the film and basically send this message to the audience: this is not a play, this is a movie. And then, which by sending that signal early on, later in the story, we were able to play long takes and just let the camera linger on an actor for 2 or 3 minutes. We were really able to sort of change the style as the movie went along, in the same way that he changed the set and he changed the lighting as the movie went along. So, and we did similar stuff, although maybe to a lesser degree, in Killer Joe. So he, yes, I think he was, he never wants his audience to be bored, and so that requires a certain amount of pace, but there were also times when he really appreciated the audience being able to just watch an actor act for a long time, because there's a great deal of pleasure to be had in that as well.
Yeah, and this film in particular is a testament to that. What is the current distribution setup for the film?
Currently, so we will air on Showtime in the United States on October the 6th and over that weekend, and then Paramount Global. Paramount Plus Global will be doing the worldwide distribution, and so will be available on Paramount Plus globally this fall, which we're very excited about. It's all staying in the same family, which is nice, and Billy would have wanted that. So, yeah.
Do you expect any to do some small theatrical?
That's not part of our plan at the moment. He felt like that was not something that was a priority for him. He really, it's really hard to underscore. I can't say it enough. Billy just wanted to make the movie. That was all he cared about. And so he wasn't getting bogged down in kind of the release details. Mm-hmm. He just felt this was the clearest, simplest way to put it out.
Yeah, and he never really minded adapting to, the circumstances to make the films again. Bug was a small film. He made studio films for a long time, and Killer Joe was another small film. We had it here, and he was always able to work around the limitations to be able to make the movies. So, if you have any other question? Okay. No, then I think we can wrap it here, and we're done with the time. And Annabelle, you want to add anything, or?
We're so thrilled to share this with you, and in light of not having Billy here, it's so meaningful to us to be here, especially with you who knew him.
And it's very minimal. It's very meaningful to the festival. We all expected him to, to be here with us today.
Buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti alla conferenza stampa di la BêTE. Vi presento subito gli ospiti al tavolo che sono il produttore Justin Taurent per le film du Bélier e Bertrand Bonello, regista. Vorrei cominciare con il
Sorry, just first of all, before starting, Justin and myself would like to read two short messages from the actors that are obviously not here. So maybe Justin, you start.
Maybe I can start. I have a message from Léa Seydoux and her team. So I read it. Under different circumstances, Léa would have been here at the Venice Film Festival to support her film The Beast. It's difficult for Léa to come here and celebrate with the acute awareness that thousands of actors and writers are struggling to sustain their livelihood. Hopefully, a fair and equitable deal will be reached soon, at which point Léa and George will feel more at ease to publicly promote the film.
And this is a short message from George McCain. I am sorry not to be with you. However, in light of this particular moment in time, I feel absence is the truest and fairest way to both respect and represent my support of the strikes, and to allow the film to stand strong and undiluted in its first sharing. I am so incredibly proud of the film, the manner and means with which it's been made, and to have it here at the Venice Film Festival. This is a purely personal articulation of this moment, and I look forward to the further sharing of the film and to join it on its journey down to way. George.
Thank you very much. Allora vorrei cominciare con una domanda per Bertrand Bonello e chiedergli appunto il film è un liberissimo adattamento da Henry James. Come avete lavorato sul testo e in che cosa vi ha colpito, in che misura avete tradito il testo lavorandoci?
There were a lot of desires to make this film, and one of them was to do a melodrama. And when I think melodrama, I always think to this late novel of Harry James, which is on my desk for many, many, many years. I think for me it's one of the most heartbreaking, awful, and beautiful melodrama novel. So I decided to use it as a starting point because I couldn't find something better. But of course I wanted to explode it. It's a novel that takes place in a few years, and I decided to mix it with some science fiction, some genre movies, some slasher. I thought that fear and love, because it's also the subject of the novel, I should push it further, and that's how I betrayed it.
E appunto lei citava la fantascienza, se non sbaglio è la prima volta che si cimenta con questo genere e che mi sembra abbia interpretato in modo molto personale, evitando alcuni cliché, lavorando per sottrazione con appunto un altro tipo di lavoro, e se ci può raccontare un po' il lavoro sul genere.
Science fiction is not very my culture. It's the first time I'm going to as a movie maker, but I know that the two main directions are either an ultra sophistication with a lot of technology and stuff like that, either something that is post-apocalyptic, and I wanted to find a third direction. So yes, it's science fiction, it's future, but it's 2044, which is almost tomorrow. So in 20 years we'll have the same buildings, stuff like that, but we're going to live differently. But so yes, I decided to take away stuff from today's world. So there is no internet, there's no social media, there's no telephone, there's no screens, there's no stuff like that. There's no cars. So that was my way of finding a personal way to invent a future.
Justin, cosa vuol dire per lei, come dire, cosa ha voluto dire per lei supportare questa visione, costruire questo mondo appunto del domani ma non troppo lontano, e perché avete scelto appunto un periodo che non è poi così distante dal nostro?
Because I think it's more freaky to say that's going to be in 20 years than in 200 years. When I started writing like 3 or 4 years ago, I couldn't imagine that the film would be so contemporary about IA, because besides the strike, during the spring there were so many headlines about the danger, about the fear. Even the creator of IA said, I created something more dangerous than the atomic bomb. So maybe 2044 is already too far. I should have put 2027.
Justin, the question also for you. I mean,
so
about,
I mean,
about supporting the vision and this idea of science fiction, but very close to us.
Yeah, I have the same vertigo as Bertrand when I witness what's happening right now, and so for sure when we were working on the film, from the first stages of the script to the preparation, even during the shoot, it was not as pregnant, and I think it was during the edit of the movie that suddenly everything did burst, and that was kind of frightening also. No.
Ci sono delle domande? C'è una domanda lì?
Valerio Cappelli, Corriere della Sera, buongiorno. A proposito di intelligenza artificiale, molti si chiedono se sia un'opportunità o una minaccia. In questi giorni a Venezia c'è un convegno intitolato proprio così, ci sono anche dei corti, altri progetti. Una minaccia lo ritengono a Hollywood, perché uno dei motivi dello sciopero è proprio questo, no? Degli sceneggiatori e degli attori di seconda fascia. Volevo chiedere a lei se è un'opportunità o una minaccia.
Well, I guess it's a mix of both, because we know it's going to be very, very useful in many places, like medical research and stuff like that. But it's a tool, and a tool becomes a threat when it becomes stronger than you are, and it's what's happening, you know. And of course, if you extend this to some political use, it could be very dangerous. It's all about ethics and moral. But if we make an analogy with the atomic bomb, when Oppenheimer creates the atomic bomb, he says, I'm going to invent something that's going to stop this war and stop all the wars. And then it opened a door to something very freaky. It's exactly the same.
I'm a little bit optimistic, so I feel if we are very, very cautious, maybe we'll use it for its best, and maybe AI will also help us, but we need to be cautious.
Quello che mi sorprende, che mi ha sorpreso guardando il film, è che apparentemente è un film molto complicato, però in realtà non lo è, nel senso che è molto facile anche raccontarne il plot. Come è riuscito a trovare questo equilibrio tra un'apparente complessità di struttura e in realtà una semplicità di racconto?
Because I think the structure is complex. It's like a game, a mathematical game, but inside of it, all the sequences are very, very simple. All the emotions that are proposed in the scenes are very, very basic, simple. What characters say to each other is very simple, much more simpler than my other films. It's talking about fear, it's talking about love, it's talking about very, very, very simple things inside a structure which is more like that you can also find like a game, you know.
Ci sono delle domande? Signora lì.
I want to English. Don't worry, I don't speak Italian. Yeah, but I want to know, like, because talking about the AI and everything, we are thinking about, how do you think about the future about the cinema, or like you more feel excited with everything will help you, like everybody talk about the lower the budget, everything, like, and also create more possibility to make the stories, everything, right? But also, are you concerned about this everything making in 20 years or even like in 3 years, like 2027? I don't know, like how do you actually feel about this future, even for our newcomers for this industry and people you already in this industry for so many years and pre-seeing everything with every works? Yeah, just want to hear more on this perspective. Thank you.
Tu veux commencer? It's a question that both a producer and director can answer. So, okay, I'm going to start. I really think we're, of course, living a huge mutation about cinema and whatever it is, series, platforms. And more, I think it's impossible to have an answer and to know what's going to be in 10 years. People who say it's going to be this or that, I don't know how they do that, because all these, even all these platforms, are they going to be the only thing? Are they going to crash? I don't know. After, of course, we are all a little scared because budgets are getting difficult to get, but also if you see history of cinema, it's in the time of crisis that you had some amazing films that still are, the most beautiful films of the history of cinema. Cinema will never die. I mean, it's just capturing the present, So it's going to change, but not die. You always have good films. Where are you going to see them? I don't know yet, but you're going to see them if you want to see them.
And I think that there was a moment when, of course, with COVID and the cinema was really crashing, and everyone was like going to series, like a place of the new possible creation and also business opportunities. And right now, just now, it's more the series industry that's in a crisis, and the films are, at least in France, but I think also in many other countries, right now it's getting better, and it's coming back to life and to the public. So, yeah, we don't know, but I also truly think that cinema will not die.
And it's not only the industry, the spectator is changing also,
Volevo chiederle una riflessione sulla paura, perché la paura è uno strano sentimento. C'è chi la alimenta per ottenere determinati risultati e chi invece cerca di cancellarla, di sconfiggerla come se fosse il male. Perché intorno alla paura si condensano così tanti timori, aspettative, manipolazioni?
Well, I think there are two kinds of fears. One that pushes you to do stuff, and one that paralyzes you. And but most of all, I mean, it makes you feel alive. I think Nietzsche says fear is the best part of humanity. Makes you feel alive, finding solutions, and so a world without fear would be the end of the world, I think.
C'è una domanda lì?
Hello, Tatiana Rosenstein. Actually, two questions, but short, because I wanted just your comments on what you said previously and now. So you're saying it's impossible to predict, and you don't know how people do that. but you put in your game structure a character who is trying to predict on several points. So what is the meaning of this tool of prediction?
It's fiction.
Yeah, just that. You're trying to humor this kind of thing.
No, what I say it's difficult to have an answer, you know. It's but sometimes just finding how to articulate the question is a way to an answer. But an answer is complicated.
And then the second about fear. So normally it's said that it's love and fear. So you're tending direction fear rather than love.
Well, basically the film is about the fear of love, you know. And I think when there is love, there is fear. The fear of losing, of ending. So it's very related. No? Not for you? Maybe you should ask yourself about your relationship with love.
E nel film a un certo punto è necessario scegliere tra lavoro e sentimenti, detta proprio in maniera molto, molto semplice. A me sembra che, come dire, che questa scelta sia già una scelta che siamo chiamati a fare adesso spesso, no? Nella vita quotidiana. Bisogna comunque, a volte bisogna scegliere tra affetti e impegni, mi sembra che sia come dire, una cosa già molto attuale. Qual è la sua riflessione su questo?
Yes, a little. I just pushed it like very high by a kind of law dictated by the IA, but it's one of the most horrible dilemma. So that's why I thought it was a good starting point for the film, to put the character of Gabrielle, of Léa Seydoux, into this dilemma that she will have during the whole film, and then she chooses.
Abbiamo parlato delle ragioni appunto del 2044, ci sono altre due epoche, il 1910 e il 2014. Perché ha scelto proprio questi momenti ai quali sono legati anche delle catastrofi?
1910, which is a little after the moment of the novel, I chose it because it's 4 years before the war, and it's a moment full of light, and people were thinking that the 20th century will be like just wonderful, and it's the light just 4 years before the darkness. And also we had this flood in Paris in 1910, a kind of Venice Paris. So that's why I chose 1910. 2014, it's because actually all the videos that George Mackay is doing are inspired by a real character that took place in 2014. And for me it was important that it was before 2018, before the Me Too movement. And 2044, I told you.
Yeah. C'è una domanda qui davanti.
Intanto grazie per questo film che ho trovato straordinario. Io le volevo chiedere, guardando anche indietro la sua produzione, ho sempre pensato che fosse un cinema molto libero in un certo senso, e quindi le volevo chiedere anche rispetto appunto a quest'ultimo film, in che rapporto si sente con il concetto proprio di libertà e come lo trasforma a partire dal processo creativo fino poi alla realizzazione materiale.
Yes, it's very important to me, either in the subjects than the form, this attachment to freedom. I know it's more and more difficult. We just did 2 films together, 2 films that I expect that they are really free. One was a very small budget, and that was easy. When you want to marry freedom with higher budgets because you need to create some images that cost money, it's getting, I think, more and more difficult. but I'm still very attached to it.
And low budget are good news for a producer?
Low budget are good news for a producer. It's a little less stressful, yeah, for sure. And the risks in terms of finance are not as big, but then you have the same passion and the same fear in the creation process. So it's the same.
C'è una domanda lì? Prego.
Yeah, I have a question. Firstly, hello. So I have a question about science fiction as a genre. Even when we look at literature, the great classics like Asimov, Bradbury, or Clarke, there's a sense of pessimism, like it's a dystopian future where hell is going to break loose and so on and so forth. So what is this tendency in films and also in literature that apropos science fiction, you always have a negative outlook? And also the human emotions which come to the fore, which you depict, are usually on the darker side. There might be like a good ending, a denouement, but usually it's like on the. I understand that life is like complex, but can you like shed light on this?
Well, it's true that most science fiction films are very dark, because otherwise you don't have fiction. But also, when I was a kid, my parents always told me like, tomorrow will be better than today. I now have a kid, and she knows that tomorrow will be worse than today, which is being raised in very different stuff. And making science fiction, I'm not an expert of science fiction, but I think it allows the writers, the directors, to through a fiction, to fiction postula, it allows them to talk about today. It's the only. It's always a reflection on today.
Io ho una curiosità sul finale, c'è una dedica naturalmente a Gaspard Ulliel che ci commuove, e al tempo stesso, subito dopo ci sono questi titoli di coda con il QR che invece ci allontanano dalla materia e rendono tutto molto più freddo e meno passionale, e quindi mi chiedo se anche questa dicotomia sia la logica conseguenza di un film che va tra...
Yeah, we talked a lot about this QR code. Was it a good idea, not a good idea? For me, it's like a credits is still part of the film. Mm-hmm. And this QR code is part of the film. It's very close from the character of George, with his coldness and so. And it leaves Gabrielle even more alone. Usually credits with all the names, it's a way you have music, it's a way to get out of the film. And I felt that it was even more hard on her with this QR code. So yes, of course, the film is always a mix between something very cold and the warmness of the feelings that are really, really on her side. And I really wanted to push the cursor like a little higher on the ending.
Mm-hmm. Ci sono ancora domande? Lei ha dichiarato che il film è chiaramente la storia di una donna, il ritratto di una donna, ma in un certo senso è anche un ritratto quasi documentaristico dell'attrice che la interpreta, e mi chiedo questa volta come ha lavorato con Léa Seydoux, con cui aveva già lavorato, che però forse per la prima volta ha un ruolo così centrale, una figura femminile, un ruolo così centrale.
It's true that it's the first time I do a film with like a female character as the main character, and she's in every shot, and even the beginning of the film on the green screen. It's a way also to say, well, the subject of my film is Gabrielle, but the subject, it's my voice. The subject of my film is also Léa Seydoux. There are many scenes where she's totally alone, like in the house in 2014, and even in 2044, all our interaction with people, it's just voices, and she's alone. So it's just shooting her like this, like this, like this, like this. It's like she becomes like a subject also. I know Léa for a long time. She's been in 2 of my previous films, even if the parts were smaller. But we were searching for another project for a long time. And how do you work with Léa Seydoux? Well, you don't really work with her because I think her way is not like to prepare herself, to ask a question, even to understand things. She says it herself. Sometimes she prefers not to understand, to discover by doing. She's someone very intuitive. So you have to put her in condition and let her float, and then things appear. And it's not coming from the head. It's coming from the body, and that's why I think she's have a huge cinematic intelligence. So it's like a kind of animal sometimes.
And how happens that you choose George Mackay?
Well, originally the film was supposed to be played by Gaspard Ulliel. And when he died, we were like a month away from the shoot. So we decided to continue the film, to postpone the film, but straight away we decided not to replace Gaspard by a French actor. So there is no comparison, just to do something else, to go look somewhere else. So we did I think 3 or 4 months of casting with American or British actors. And the last one I met was George. I came to London, and I make some tests with him. And after 5 minutes, I knew he was perfect. Very different from Gaspard, and perfect in his acting. His first tests were amazing. So of course I had to see him with Léa. So I brought George back to Paris, and I wanted to see them, together to see if doing a few scenes. But it matched very, very quickly, and I think they made like a beautiful couple. Sometimes it's like brother and sister, and there is something very beautiful in this couple.
Allora io vi ricordo che il film arriverà in Italia con I Wonder Pictures e il tempo a nostra disposizione è finito, quindi thank you so much for this film and for the press conference. Thank you.
Grazie.
Buongiorno, siamo qua per la conferenza stampa del nostro film fuori concorso Menu Plaisirs, les trois gros. Prima di cominciare vi presento gli ospiti a partire dalla mia destra, Léo Troisgros, Michel Troisgros, i protagonisti del film, e il regista Fred Wiseman. So I wanna ask first, Fred. What fascinates you about the cuisine? In your notes you said it's an art form like painting or writing poetry.
Well, the real reason is that it tastes good.
Yeah, but you can give us more than that.
Well, no, I don't want to, no, I think the preparation, the purchase and the preparation of the food is an art form, and the presentation. For example, each plate, before it leaves the kitchen, is inspected by either César or Michel or in Léo's restaurant Léo. And so I was really taken with the fact that if a raspberry was an eighth of an inch not in the right place, they took pincers and moved it so that the presentation, it's not only the taste and the art that goes into the preparation, but also the preparation. I mean, also the presentation.
And to Michel and Leo, and you speak French, really. What was your response to Fred asking, telling you wanted to make one of his films, which usually are very revealing about your restaurants?
On ne connaissait pas du tout le cinéma de Fred, et c'est une visite à Rouen. Je crois que c'était en 2019 ou 2002, oui, un peu avant l'année avant le Covid, 2019, où Fred, qui a, je crois, une vraie curiosité pour la gastronomie, pour la bonne cuisine, est venu donc nous visiter à Ouche. Il a rencontré mon fils César, le frère de Léo, qu'on voit beaucoup dans le film, puisque c'est lui le chef de cuisine de cette maison historique. Et je crois que Fred a aimé à la fois ce qu'on lui a donné, ce qu'on lui a préparé à déjeuner, et aussi l'atmosphère de la maison, mais pas seulement. Je crois aussi peut-être une fascination pour cette dynastie, pour cette histoire un peu particulière que nous représentons, pas seulement en France, mais même dans le monde. On est un peu exemplaire dans cette histoire de famille chaque génération est cuisinière, mais cuisinier. Ma grand-mère était cuisinière au départ, mais voilà. Et il y a une belle histoire avec ça. Après, il a exprimé à César justement ce désir de quelque chose, c'était pas précis, et je n'étais pas là. Et donc à mon retour, César me dit on a eu la visite d'un cinéaste américain, Frédéric Wiseman. J'ai été voir sur Internet. Ça a l'air, il m'a beaucoup impressionné physiquement. Il a une sacrée gueule. et voilà, et il veut revenir parce qu'il veut te rencontrer, il veut parler d'un projet, j'ignore lequel, etc. Et puis, les mois ont passé, il y a eu le confinement, et puis, à la sortie du confinement, immédiatement, donc Fred est revenu, voilà, pour parler du projet. Et là, j'avoue, c'était pour nous un peu effrayant. Mais il a un tel pouvoir tellement de charme, un tel pouvoir passionnel, on pourrait dire. Il transmet des choses tellement fortes que la famille s'est réunie pour dire oui. Et puis il y a eu le deuxième confinement en France, celui où on a tout fermé pendant 7 mois. Et là, je me suis vraiment dit, Fred, que le projet allait être abandonné. On a pensé que vous alliez passer à autre chose. Qu'il n'avait pas le temps pour ça, ou que vu son âge, mais en même temps je me trompais mais complètement, puisque il a beaucoup de jeunesse dans son âge. Eh bien, il a repris contact aussitôt après ces 7 mois. Il est revenu à la charge. Il est revenu nous visiter. Il n'a pas lâché l'os, quoi. Il n'a rien lâché du tout, quoi. Et puis, on s'est laissé embarquer là-dedans. Voilà, après, les choses se sont enchaînées.
And did you see some of his films, or are there films that Fred wanted you to see more than others?
Oui, j'ai vu... Oui, j'ai vu celui de la National Gallery, Ticket Follies aussi, celui sur la Library à New York ou à Boston. J'ai vu Crazy Horse. Monrovia, voilà, on s'est enchaîné ça à la maison, hein, parce que il fallait savoir un petit peu où on allait. On n'en percevait pas tout à fait on pourrait dire, la manière dont il allait faire les choses. Hein, c'était pas clair. Mais ces films sont suffisamment éloquents, fascinants, par ce pouvoir d'aller, de montrer les choses comme elles viennent, quoi, que voilà, on a été conquis, quoi. Voilà,
We have a lot of Fred Wiseman films here in Venice. We were lucky, and this is the first time that we actually have the object of his filming, here with us, the protagonist of his filming. So, can you explain a little bit how it worked, how the day worked with Fred being there, and then you guys doing your preparation and the relationship with the costumers?
Vous voulez que j'explique comment marche une cuisine? Ça
Yes, but how it did with him there. Yeah.
Peut-être que Fred peut répondre, non là, Fred.
Yes, can start and you, yes.
Should I start?
Yeah.
Well, the family, Michel and César and Leo and Marie-Pierre, gave us permission to shoot whatever we wanted and be wherever we wanted. There were absolutely no restrictions. So that I had to figure out how much time to spend, for example, in the dining room and in the kitchen. The kitchen was the most complicated place to shoot because there were 15, 18 people always working in the kitchen, and I wanted to stay out of the way. And at the same time, I wanted to be able to give an accurate, or what I felt was an accurate impression of the work and the way the work was choreographed in the kitchen, because they were serving. The kitchen was divided into 3 parts. There was the preparation, the cooking, and the serving. And I tried to give a sense. I would say in the 9 weeks that we were there, we probably spent a third of our time in the kitchen, because it was the most complicated thing to shoot and to get right. And then we spent a lot of time in the dining room, and the family helped us. I was concerned about getting permission from the guests, and a lot of the people that came there for lunch or dinner, the family knew, and so they introduced us, and others I just asked for permission. And in fact, nobody turned me down. And it was no different than shooting in any other place. I was actually surprised at the ease with which we could film in the dining room. And then I wanted also to enlarge the context to show what was involved in buying the various things, the various products that were necessary to prepare the meals, so that I went to the market with Leo and César and Michel. I went with Michel to the vineyard and to a place that made goat cheese because I wanted to put the food that was served at the restaurant in the context of its production. And in all those things, the family helped me enormously because it's true of all the films. I know nothing about the place before I start, and I'm very dependent on the people there to point me in the right direction. And in this case, the collaboration was wonderful.
So, Michel, was it easy to have cameras and camera and Fred around all day as he pleased, in your work, observing your work?
Easy, peut-être pas. Non, c'est pas si facile, mais on s'y habitue. On s'habitue à la présence de la toute petite équipe, 3. Fred étant en recul de l'équipe avec la télévision, où il est en live direct avec la caméra. Donc, en fait, c'est 2 personnes qui se promènent au milieu de nous, dans la cuisine et dans tous les services, salle de restaurant, au milieu des tables, dans toutes les pièces. Au début, c'était en effet une présence, mais peu à peu, jour après jour, parce que leurs déplacements sont très fluides, très légers. Il y a une grosse épreuve physique pour eux, et notamment le caméraman qui a... Je me souviens, il finissait des séquences parce que Fred les pousse à bout, il les lâche pas, quoi. Fred, il est à la fois... c'est le souvenir que j'ai, il est à la fois devant son écran, debout, assis, ne lâche rien, et il donne comme ça, il fait des signes, en fait, étant donné qu'il a une perception globale de l'action qui se présente à lui. C'est lui qui donne les consignes, il faut insister là, ou il faut se rapprocher, ou au contraire, là-bas il se passe quelque chose, je me souviens de ça. Mais au fil des jours, leur présence n'est plus embarrassante. Ils font partie de notre équipe, en fait, ils étaient au milieu de nous, voilà. Mais ils savaient aussi faire la part des choses, je crois. Au moment où il y a une intensité très forte du service, à ce moment-là, ils filmaient, mais plutôt de loin. Ou alors ils jugeaient d'eux-mêmes s'il fallait en fait être présent-absent. C'est comme une présence-absence, voilà. C'est comme une apparition-disparition. Il y a beaucoup de fluidité, et puis il y a beaucoup de mouvements. Ils vont et ils viennent à suivre un serveur lorsqu'il part avec un plateau. Donc il le suit jusqu'à la table du client. Même le client est quelque part, lui, en tout cas, il est aussi là dans cette action, quoi. Le client, la conversation, il est réellement dans l'intimité. Au début, d'ailleurs, je pensais que ça allait être très gênant pour les clients. Quand il m'a dit, Michel, au bout du 2e jour, il me dit comment on va faire, j'aimerais beaucoup aller dans la salle de restaurant. Je lui dis Fred, d'habitude c'est non, parce qu'il y a des personnes, ça peut les indisposer, c'est compliqué. Il m'a dit ok, mais je respecterai leur volonté. Il m'a répondu j'irai vraiment leur présenter. Il n'y a pas un seul client qui a dit non, aucun, parce que je pense qu'il a ce pouvoir, vraiment, ce pouvoir de séduire, de présenter les choses avec tellement de respect quelque part, et en même temps, un côté déjà, dès les premiers mots, il installe une confiance, une complicité. C'est ce qu'il y a d'ailleurs, c'est pour ça qu'on a dit oui. Hein. Et donc, il y a beaucoup dans le film, il y a beaucoup de séquences qui se passent dans la salle de restaurant, beaucoup. Et on y voit, pour moi, des têtes connues, des têtes inconnues. On entend leur dialogue, leurs critiques, leurs éloges. Et voilà, c'est passé comme ça.
Raise your hand, alzate la mano se volete fare una. Raise your hand if you have a question, otherwise we continue.
No.
What?
No, it was important. I didn't want shots of people eating because what I was after were explanations either by the head waiter or the other waiters as to what was being served and the contents of the various plates. And also the sommelier had a vast knowledge of the wine and the vineyards where the wine was grown, was made. And also the people that served the cheese had an enormous knowledge of the various places that produce the cheese. So I was after, I wasn't terribly interested in the conversation of the clients, but the relationship between the people who worked there and the clients.
Yeah, more than other of your films, there is an observation of the process and also of the presentation of the process, of the way you like your work and art to be represented, with the clients.
Il y a beaucoup, dans les scènes de cuisine, il y a beaucoup d'intensité. Il y a beaucoup de... Il me semble que ce que Fred nous donne à voir est très proche d'un coup de feu, ce qu'on appelle le coup de feu, c'est-à-dire la force des gestes successifs, la puissance de cette succession de techniques accumulées par les cuisiniers, et ces séquences-là sont très denses, sont très rythmées, et c'est vraiment, c'est ce qui se passe dans une cuisine en fait.
Volevo chiedere, ho notato che è il primo film da 40 anni più o meno senza il solito direttore della fotografia John Davy, e volevo chiedere come mai e se questo è cambiato, se questo cambio ha influito in qualche modo sulla lavorazione del film.
No, John couldn't shoot it. He was originally supposed to shoot it, but he had some family problems and couldn't. And the person that did shoot it with had been the assistant for about 10 films. And so he was very familiar with the process that I follow.
I want to ask both to Michelle and Leo if it's you that, because I was surprised when I was seeing the film that it went outside of the restaurant, it went into the cheese place, the goat cheese place, the vineyards, the market. Did you suggest those sets to Fred, or it's something that came after he kind of started coming out with you and seeing those things?
It's I mean, of course, it is part of. Naturellement, ça fait partie de notre quotidien. Le marché, les producteurs, les maraîchers, la qualité des matières premières, le soin apporté dans les relations avec eux. C'est plutôt des compagnons de route d'ailleurs que des fournisseurs. Et je crois que Fred m'avait interpellé sur ce sujet-là et que je lui avais dressé une liste, en effet, de tous les producteurs. Et à ce moment-là, on avait fait des choix, mais des choix plus nombreux que ce qui est retenu dans le film aussi, puisque je crois qu'il y a eu 150 heures de rush pour 4 heures de film, donc certains sont passés à la trappe. Certains personnages, voilà, il a retenu après. C'est tellement vaste notre univers, il y a tellement autour de nous de personnes qui agissent pour nous, qui produisent, voilà. Et c'est l'élément principal d'ailleurs du cuisinier. C'est sans la ressource, je sais pas, voilà, voilà, c'est comme le peintre sans ses, voilà, sans son matériel, quoi, ou sans ses couleurs. Mais donc voilà, c'était aller chez eux. En même temps, c'est des très belles scènes, assez denses, assez lentes. En fait, moi, le film, je pense qu'il va et vient entre la cadence un peu virevoltante des cuisiniers d'un restaurant qui doit être prêt au moment où le client arrive. On doit être prêt. Et je pense aux séquences à la colline du Colombier aussi chez Léo, où il faut vraiment qu'on mette les bouchées doubles pour arriver à temps au moment où le premier client arrive. Et au contraire, ces moments où on va voir les chèvres, où on va voir un vigneron, où là, au contraire, on sent beaucoup plus d'abord la nature et le temps. On sent le temps plus suspendu.
Suspendu, oui. For the one of us that don't know much about hot cuisine, how frequent is to have a family that transmits this tradition at such high levels for so many generations? And maybe you can both answer that.
Est-ce que tu veux répondre? Tu as compris la question?
Dans la transmission.
Oui.
Oui.
Vous voulez que Léo réponde?
Oui,
ou que je réponde?
les deux. Les deux, je crois.
Je crois que la transmission se fait, en tout cas pour moi, et je crois que c'est la même chose pour mon frère et ma sœur, elle s'est faite naturellement. C'est-à-dire que la passion s'est transmise depuis que je suis petit. J'ai vu mon père et ma mère grandir dans ce monde. Je venais pratiquement tous les soirs, tous les week-ends, et c'est comme ça que la petite étincelle est arrivée, on va dire, et elle a grandi avec le temps. Et après, les études de cuisine sont arrivées, et puis là, ça s'est accentué. Donc, ma mère et mon père étaient un peu plus dans la transmission de la haute cuisine, en faisant des expériences, en nous incitant à faire des expériences dans d'autres restaurants gastronomiques qui sont aussi de haute cuisine. J'ai fait des expériences dans différents 3 étoiles. Puis après, je me suis intéressé à d'autres cuisines. Parce que tout est intéressant dans la restauration. La haute cuisine, elle l'est, mais ils m'ont appris aussi que y a d'autres styles de cuisine qui sont tout aussi intéressants.
Michel, you want to add something?
Non, je crois que c'est assez complet, mais c'est assez mystérieux en fait la manière dont la transmission peut se faire. Elle se fait ou elle se fait pas. Je ne sais pas pourquoi. Je sais pas pourquoi ça marche chez nous. Je ne sais pas. Je ne sais pas pourquoi j'ai fait le même boulot que mon père et que mes 2 fils ont fait le même boulot que moi. Je m'interroge encore sur. Moi, c'est pareil. À l'âge de 15 ans, je suis rentré à l'école hôtelière, tout comme Léo et César sont rentrés à l'école. Et puis, je crois que c'est le manque de vocation pour autre chose, ça c'est sûr. Je ne sais pas si c'est l'exemple familial. Je me demande, en effet, et je crois que c'est une profession, mais globale. C'est une profession qui regroupe des professions. il y a le métier de cuisinier, mais au-delà, il y a plein de métiers dans notre métier. Hein, voilà. Et à l'école, on fait un tour d'horizon de toutes les possibilités de ce métier. L'œnologie, le service de salle, bien entendu, l'accueil, l'administration, la comptabilité, voilà, et un choix est à faire. Pour moi, c'est la cuisine, tout comme Léo et César. Et là, le premier stage, on va dire les premiers pas, même si nous trois, à des époques différentes, on est enfants de la balle, donc on pourrait dire que je savais ce que c'était qu'une cuisine, puisque j'ai grandi, ma chambre était au-dessus de la cuisine. Mais quand même, je veux dire, le métier de cuisinier, c'est-à-dire recevoir des responsabilités en cuisine, j'en avais jamais eu avant mon premier stage. Et ce premier stage, il est vraiment très important parce que tout dépend, on va dire, de la personne par qui on est accompagné. Et cette personne, c'est pas le chef de cuisine, c'est pas le patron parce qu'il n'a pas le temps pour ça. C'est ce qu'on appelle, nous, dans notre jargon, le chef de partie, qui a sous ses ordres un commis et le stagiaire. Voilà. Et ce chef de partie, s'il est cruel, s'il a envie de vous faire la peau, de vous dégoûter, il y arrive. Voilà. Si au contraire, il a envie d'être pédagogue, d'accompagner, de donner envie, de se donner en exemple, il révèle quelque chose. Il révèle quelque chose chez le jeune qui peut être justement la bascule entre j'y vais ou j'y vais pas. Et c'est ce qui m'est arrivé dans la maison Alain Chapelle à Mionnay, qui était un 3 étoiles Michelin, donc une cuisine très exigeante, avec un patron très exigeant qui met en permanence la pression sur tout son personnel. C'est d'ailleurs ce que j'ai fait pendant des années sans m'en rendre compte. Je ne me rendais même pas compte, je voulais pas... Au contraire même, je ne voulais pas traduire ce que j'avais reçu, cette pression, mais je l'ai fait quand même, parce qu'on ne peut pas être autrement lorsqu'on est à la tête d'une belle maison. Et moi, j'ai eu la chance d'être entre les mains de François, qui était mon chef de partie. J'avais 15 ans, je rentre chez Alain Chapelle, et il m'a donné envie de faire la cuisine. Peut-être qu'il a été plus important que mon père à ce moment-là pour me donner envie de continuer. Voilà. Et peut-être que Léo a vécu la même chose dans ses premiers mois, mais il ne faut jamais le perdre de vue, ça, dans nos équipes aujourd'hui. Et alors que la jeunesse s'interroge beaucoup plus, en effet, aujourd'hui, sur le bien d'être là, le bienfait d'être là, est-ce que j'ai fait le bon choix avec les horaires qu'on me demande, il faut travailler le week-end, il faut travailler le soir, enfin bon, etc. C'est quand même... Il faut s'asseoir sur toute une, on pourrait dire, sur toute le rythme. Le rythme est particulier parce qu'en fait, on est en décalage avec le monde social. En fait, on le reçoit, on s'en nourrit, il est merveilleux, il permet d'évoluer, mais en même temps, quand les autres sont en congé, nous on travaille, et quand ils travaillent, donc en faisant le choix de ce métier, on s'éloigne en fait de ses camarades, de ses amis et des associations, des possibilités qu'on peut avoir, voilà. Mais vraiment, les premiers temps, les premiers pas sont très, très importants. Voilà. Et je regrette qu'aujourd'hui, d'ailleurs, l'apprentissage n'existe plus ou pas. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, un jeune cuisinier, auparavant, à 14 ans et demi, il rentrait dans le métier. Et en effet, il avait le temps de progresser. C'était dur, hein, conditions de travail, mais il progressait. Aujourd'hui, c'est plutôt après le bac que ça se passe, après les études, ou voire même les études supérieures. Et donc, immédiatement, le temps compte. Immédiatement, on le sent très bien, le temps qui était donné à l'apprentissage n'est plus donné aujourd'hui, puisque quand le jeune arrive dans l'entreprise, il peut avoir 18, 19, 20 ans. Donc là, il est plus impatient des choses. Je suis trop long. I'm too long.
No, you're not. No, it's fascinating. But I can see, I can see how much this tradition, this sort of keeping it was part of why Fred decided. You know, he was explaining that he liked your food. You know, we were talking last year about the film, but also just the idea of the family and how the family has kept this tradition within itself. Am I wrong, Fred?
No, that's right. One of the things that interested me was the fact that it was, when I made the film, it was the third and fourth generation of the family, and now Cesar, who's the fourth generation, is in charge of the principal restaurant. And the fact that they've had 3 Michelin stars for 55 years is extraordinary.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, she came to already tell me that we ran out of time, so I have to finish. Thank you so much. Thank you, Fred, for another beautiful film. And thank you so much for being here and helping understand even better how he works. Buongiorno, siamo qua per la conferenza stampa del nostro film in concorso The Killer e prima di cominciare presento i nostri ospiti a partire dalla destra in fondo. Il direttore della fotografia Eric Messerschmidt, il responsabile del suono Ren Kleiss, il regista del film David Fincher, il montatore Kirk Baxter. And before we open it to the audience, I have a question. I'm going to start with a question for David, and it's an obvious one. I'm here. It's Julia.
Oh.
Hi.
I was like, it's in stereo.
and it's an obvious one.
Okay.
What?
I want to handle all the obvious questions.
Yeah. Well, but what attracted you about this particular version of the Portrait of a Killer?
Oh God, it's such a long answer. I'll try to do this quickly. I love. I've obviously done voiceovers in movies before, and I love them as a precept, and I like them as a storytelling device because they give you access to internal monologues. But my question was always, why is it that we feel that when we've intercepted the thoughts of a character, that they're telling the truth? When, we all know a lot of people who lie to themselves. And so I like the idea of an assassin who has to, in order to differentiate what it is that he does from, say, serial killing, he has to, in some way, create a code for himself. And then I like the idea of that code or the bricks in the wall being dismantled by his needs, by necessity, by, having to, as he says, have a plan, never give up on that plan, and yet we see him improvise throughout the film. So I like that.
There's a question here.
Thank you. Congratulations, David. It's Stephen Schaefer here for the Boston Herald. Can you talk about casting your lead here, Michael, and whether you see this as perhaps a comeback for him?
I don't see it as a comeback for him. As far as I'm concerned, he hasn't been around much because he has a whole other career. We had to slot this movie into his driving, and so no, we felt lucky to get him. We wanted him, and had we not been able to fit into his window between racing seasons, we probably wouldn't have made the movie. I wouldn't.
Why was he so perfect for it?
Well, I think Michael has, obviously his skill set is excellent, and he can do things that are big. And we've also seen him play a robot where he does almost nothing. And so for my money, what was interesting, most of what we know about this guy is how he moves through a very limited world and a very insulated world, even if it's tangential, supposedly, to our own. But I think that he's as an instrument, he's a guy who's, he can kind of give you any color that the moment necessitates.
How did you get him to? It's almost like the light is sucked out of him.
Well, we talked about that. I mean, there was an aspect of this character who is extremely sociopathic, and how to dramatize that. And one of the ways that we chose to was by literally not giving anything away.
Ad amico, una domanda velocissima sulla musica. Come ha collaborato questa volta con i suoi fedeli collaboratori Reznor e Ross, e come mai ha scelto gli Smiths?
I'm sorry, I lost that. What channel is this on? 2? What was it like? Come on. Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Well, Trent and Atticus are first call, so, and if they choose to return your call, I deem myself lucky. The Smiths were a sort of a post-production addition because I knew I wanted to use How Soon Is Now, and I knew and I loved the idea of that song specifically as a tool for assuaging his anxieties. I liked it as a meditation tape. I thought it was amusing and funny. And I don't think that there's, a library of music by recording artists that has as much sort of sardonic nature and wit simultaneously. And we don't get an awful lot of access to who this guy is. I thought through his mixtape it would be amusing that would be our window into him.
I'd like to follow up on this. As David was saying before, the film is a play between what his philosophy, and his process, what he's saying to us, and what's actually happening. I'd like to involve everyone else, both on photography and sound and editing, and David, of course, on how you visualize this disparity.
Shall I begin?
Yeah.
I feel like the schism between his mantra, the words that he lives by, and his behavior that is forced to adjust, that's ultimately where the movie exists, where the character exists. And so we tried with every trick that we have of ourselves available to. I attempted to, we wanted to be very, very rigorous and formal about certain compositions, especially as his voiceover is confident and as his voiceover is assured and as his voiceover is telling us exactly what it is he thinks he's going to do. And then the moment that disappears, the style of the cinematography changes, the style of the music changes at that point. It becomes a very, and so we tried to kind of use the frantic nature, maybe handheld, the way that we stage the action to really show unraveling.
Eric, you want to follow up that?
Well, you kind of answered the question. But, yeah, I mean, I think, we very rarely talk about how the movie is going to look, but we talk a lot about the structure of the film in terms of camera direction and what we're going to include in the frame and really what we're going to exclude from the frame. And, I think that to me is the most interesting part of the process, is the kind of the window that we allow everyone to look through and controlling that window. And so when we initially talked about how we would tackle that transition in the character's world as things sort of fall apart, and the idea that we can free the camera a little bit in those moments, that to me was really interesting because we hadn't done that before together, and how that changes the way the audience interprets the film. That to me was the most interesting part of the development of the ideas of how we were going to put the movie together, I think. And then everything else just kind of fell into place.
Ran, I think that sound was used in a kind of counterintuitive way in this one. You want to talk a little bit about that? Yeah.
David really wanted to explore a different style of sound design in his film and this one, in that he was wanting to get a feeling of it being like a documentary in a way that the perspective of the camera work would jar you every time there was an edit. Normally in sound, what we try to do is have everything being very smooth and seamless, so that when there are picture edits, you don't see them because you don't hear an accompanying change with every single cut. But David wanted to challenge that aesthetic by hearing every time we cut a sound perspective shift, which is counterintuitive to what we normally do. But what was very interesting about it is that, for me, and what I learned, was that it created an anxiety or a feeling of discomfort, which also communicated our sense of perspective. And that with that perspective shifting, in the beginning of the film, we're in Paris, and there's a heater that comes up. And every time as the camera moves over, the heater shifts in space. And when we cut to the killer's face, the heater's behind us, or it's to the left, or it's to the right. Same thing with the music. When he puts on his earbuds and plays the Smiths, if he has one earbud in, you only hear the music on the right. That was David's idea. My instinct was like, oh, that's a terrible idea. but that's my instinct. And but he was right, of course. And so what was very clever about David's ideas was that he pushed the sound design to make all of you feel what is happening in the soundtrack of this film and why do I feel so uncomfortable? And then with the voiceover and getting to understand, oh, it's an interior monologue. Okay, it's almost like we're inside of his head. And so that was the stepping off point for the sound.
Kirk, the edit is the same pattern of the sort of cool control things and then totally jarring moments.
I guess it's the laws of it that we sort of succumbed to came about in that sniper scene with the Smiths track. So it got full blast of music on his POVs, and there's no room for a voiceover if you're doing that. So then we came into our own rule of when we're on him, we're going to hear his inner monologue. And when we see what he sees, now we're going to push that sound that's in his head. And then that started to apply everywhere. So we put it to the other area scenes that we're using with music. And if it wasn't with music, it became with sound effects. So as a rule, we stayed off any of his VO for his point of views. And that gave a lot of room for Ren to dance in. Mm-hmm. And it became quite a vertical thing with sound.
There's a question here.
Peter Hood, German. Mr. Fincher, I was wondering, I would like to go back to the interior monologue. Okay. It's almost like a Zen mantra. And we are compelled as the audience, it's like a first-person narrator, which in the beginning kind of draws our attention and sympathy. And at the same time, it's always these jarring images, what this sympathetic Zen guy is doing. So I was wondering how did you play with that friction?
As you can imagine, sympathy was the last thing on my mind as it relates to this character. We wanted somebody who was he didn't need to be frightening. The mundanity of evil. The notion is I like very much the idea that my hope is that someone will see this film and get very nervous about the person behind them in line at Home Depot. No, it was very much, I think that for me, you don't really understand it's a mantra until you get to the second kill. And hopefully people will understand that the idea is this is how he psychs himself up. This is how he demeans or degrades his target so that he tells you, look, there's so many people and I don't know what this person did to be so loathed by somebody, but I'm here and I flew many, many miles and I'm waiting, sleeping on sheetrock for 5 days and about to make an awful lot of money if I just don't miss by this much. And the character of the mantra changes. There are times when the mantra is interrupted by somebody who's in the room, and you go, oh, well, is that supposed to happen? He's out walking in the backyard with Tilda, and he's like telling you, he's psyching himself up, and then she goes, oh, should we just do it down here by the river? And I love the idea of, I guess professional athletes go through that. They have their thing that they do, how they prime themselves. And Michael was into this idea and really, really helped us kind of shape the totality of what he would describe, the things that he would engage with. We had a script, but as the fourth time we did the voiceover when we recorded in Dublin, he, everything gets altered and goes away, and it becomes tailored for him. But yeah, the idea was, if you have a thing that you believe in, a core belief, something that is, the repetition of it is very important, and hopefully people will see that as the repetition goes on, every brick that he's put in this wall begins to crumble.
Hello, this is Yanis from Greece. Congratulations to all for your film. My question is a little bit related with the previous one. If we look at the cinema's history, we will see that many classics, many films from the past and the present do have the profession of the assassin in the center of their stories. Mm-hmm. And I wonder, you as a filmmaker, how do you explain that? What is so attractive to that unusual profession?
It's a very compelling, very simple, straight-line drama. You know, the task at hand is relatable, it's dramatic, it's high stakes, you know, and in a lot of ways, it's extremely procedural, right? There are a lot of boxes that you need to tick before you exhale and pull. And so I think people have been, I mean, I didn't really think of the movie as an assassin movie. I think of it more as a revenge movie. I was more interested in the kind of the idea of somebody going, you only do this if you're getting paid, you only do it, and then here's a cabbie and a secretary and a carnet lawyer. And so the corpses that he leaves on the side of the road as he goes, none of those are the ones, they don't fit in any way, shape, or form into his mantra or into the schedule he has for himself. So I think we took something that people know, they understand what the goals of an assassin are. And again, they're high stakes. And again, it's something that's sort of fun to illustrate through coverage, through cuts. Does that answer the question? Okay.
I'm David Martos from Spain, from Quinótico. My question is for Mr. Fincher. I would like to know your opinion about the strike going on in Hollywood right now. And what do you think this strike says about the state of the industry we are working in?
I don't know what it says about the state of the industry. I'm very sad. You know, obviously, I sit in the middle of both parties. I can see I just got on, I mean, this movie was made during the pandemic, and, you know, I never want to make a movie through a visor again, or with goggles, or, but having said that, we just got done with 3 years of having to sort of set our brushes down and walk away. The idea of that continuing on, especially now when is very sad to me. I think I can understand both sides, and I think all we can do is encourage them to talk.
Hello, this is for Mr. Fincher. So the opening sequence, right here, sorry. The opening sequence takes place in an abandoned WeWork. There's a sequence where your killer uses Amazon to get tools to copy the key fob, and the big bad is kind of a tacky billionaire who dispenses Bitcoin advice. But I'm curious what the killer says about late-stage capitalism.
I was interested in the idea, if we're to posit the idea that an assassin exists in a tangential world to our own, or an adjacent world to our own, and this was really sort of Andrew Kevin Walker's, his gift. We talked about James Bond, and we talked about the idea, you know, we even see it in, you know, The Accountant. You see, there are assassin movies. Everybody seems to have a basement filled with, you know, Miele brushed stainless steel shelves that all pull out, and they have rocket launchers and an assortment of handguns. And we like that idea, but I think we wanted to talk about the disassociative nature of today and technology. And it never occurred to me that there would be a McDonald's in Paris that would be a window and that you would on your app, order your Big Mac, and then show up. And the facelessness, the impersonality of that in conjunction with, you know, originally there was 2 or 3 pages of how Fassbender is going to relieve Arliss of his key to get into his apartment. And I remember calling Andy and saying, wouldn't he just have a fob copier? Couldn't he just and he said, oh, Dave, if that existed, people would never, your room key, no one would ever, and I said, just do a Google search, let me know. 11 seconds later, he sent me this Amazon page that had 15 fob copiers, all under $29, and they will send them to the Marriott that you're staying in, and it has, that idea, although irreverent, is also personally terrifying. So I love the melange of that.
But to this, the film has a humor, as a satirical dimension to it.
If you're talking about really heinous violence, it's always good to have a little bit of humor in there.
Hi, Mr. Fincher. Great story, well detailed, very wonderful, and these little details with Google Maps and Amazon, that was amazing. So my question is, did you consider anyone else to play the main character, or the face of Fassbender, it was straight in your mind?
No, I think when the project came back around, at the point in time the project came back around in 2019, something like that. No, I sort of locked onto Michael, and like I say, I can't imagine having somebody who can do this, but can also do this. If you know what I mean, the kind of control that he has and the ability to, I think he was an excellent choice. And as we were shooting, one of the things that I became aware of is this strange hybrid. His face is this perfect amalgam of Charlton Heston and Laurence Olivier, and he can give you and that's the gamut, it can be it could be a pulp star, it can be very, very elegant. He can be elegant. I mean I gotta say, Haywire was some of the influence for me as well, because I remember seeing that movie multiple times and thinking, wow, he's so watchable.
He was also a young Clint Eastwood when he was crossing the bridge.
Oh,
I would always look at that and go, Clint Eastwood.
There's a question here, there's right there.
Sono Claudio Gargano per Notturno. Il personaggio di Fassbender, come lei diceva, ha tutto sotto controllo, vive secondo un determinato codice che gli permette anche di restare vivo, evidentemente, però già all'inizio del film fallisce, quasi come se lui inconsciamente voglia fallire. Volevo chiedere se è così e se il fatto di voler tenere questo mondo sotto controllo con delle regole, se può essere paragonato al lavoro del regista, che però deve essere pronto anche a qualunque cosa che sfugga al suo controllo e a recepirla, insomma, e ad adattarsi a qualunque imprevisto. Insomma, ecco, un'analogia tra il mondo controllato di Fassbender e il lavoro del regista.
I'll answer the second question first because that's the one I remember. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I think, I think if there's any similarity between filmmaking and being a professional assassin, it's that stakes are high, involves technology, and you get your chance to record it and to have it or not. And so in that case, I guess, in those respects, I guess they're similar. What was the first question?
The first question was if he, it seems like he controls everything, but he almost like he wants to lose that control in the opening sequence.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, that may be one layer of the onion in terms of his, We access his thoughts. I don't know that we accessed his subconscious enough. I mean, I don't know that he accesses his subconscious enough to know whether that's the case. But certainly, you know, as he talks about, he's had a fairly good success rate. And, you know, again, I think it's all, plans are all well and good until you get punched in the face.
Just one question there.
Buon pomeriggio, Luca 800 Movie Player, e volevo porre una domanda che è, diciamo, specifica per quanto riguarda il momento del film che coinvolge, ma piuttosto ampia, e mi sembra possa essere interessante perché potrebbe coinvolgere tutte le figure presenti al tavolo a livello tecnico. Io sono stato particolarmente colpito da una particolare sequenza, diciamo, con uno scontro casalingo notturno, senza andare troppo nello specifico per chi non dovesse aver visto il film, se ci sentono anche da fuori. E, mi sembra che nella sua mi sembra che nella sua apparente semplicità sia una sequenza evidentemente studiata con grande meticolosità e non ricordo un'altra volta in cui, vedendo un film in 2 dimensioni, mi è venuto da spostarmi per evitare il lancio di un oggetto mentre guardavo il film. Nella sua semplicità riesce a raggiungere un grado di immersività notevolissimo, quindi volevo sapere, insomma, come è stata concepita questo tipo di sequenza. Grazie.
Well, the immersive nature of the movie is all it's about. You know, it's really about, we take a camera, we put it in the orbital sockets of a character, and we give you his thoughts. And so everything becomes about how you illustrate the specific point of view. And as it relates to the fight scene, I had done, you know, Fight Club has some fights in it. I've done that stuff before, but I hadn't done anything that had that kind of breadth. And, you know, we talked about, we wanted something that was absolutely exhausting for the audience, that we would look at it and go, oh my God, like, they're going to die. Both of them are going to die. So that was kind of the fun of it. If you're dodging the things that you feel are coming at you, then nice job, guys.
That's working.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, in the fight scene, which you were discussing, which I think I don't think it's a secret, we can talk about it. I think David's approach in this film was very different from his approach on Fight Club. At least in many respects, music, sound, editing, length. When we did Fight Club, he was looking for a different sort of almost abstract texture sometimes. This time, however, he wanted an intimacy in the struggle between these two men, and so much so that he didn't even want to hear them making vocalizations. And when we were mixing, we would send the mix to Trent and Atticus, the composers, and we were always trying to make sure everybody feels good about where the film is headed. And Trent would say, where's all of the vocals, And so, again, David had a different approach to what he wanted the audience to feel in that sequence. And what was great for us is that we could, from Fight Club, which was a completely different kind of soundtrack for the lane that I was in, what I enjoy about it is how he described what he was trying to get was the world's quietest fight. So that's what it
most
is. Most
deadly, quietest.
Most deadly, quietest fight.
But the other thing about that is that we, oftentimes in fight scenes, we shoot them to deliberately confuse the audience because it makes it more interesting. It makes it more impactful, maybe, is the thinking there. But I remember an early discussion we had was we want to make sure that the audience starts to map out the geography of this house while this is happening, so they almost have the same realization at the time of the killer that the gun is where it is, and so that he sort of circumnavigated the perimeter of the house through the process of this. And how do we make sure that we shoot it in such a way so that the space is described and we kind of begin to understand where he is? And that to me was a really interesting challenge in that particular thing, because it's more than just hand holding the camera and making sure it's on the right side of the punch so it lands properly. It's, you know, it was a much more sophisticated way to think about space and think about people moving through the space.
And it's interesting also how the different characters emerge from the fight. It's like, it's like a conversation of sort.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, no. It explodes in pace once the other person comes into it. The fight is explosive, but if you, the joy for me with it is if you widen out and think of the whole thing as a piece of music, the lead up when the killer is in control and getting closer and closer, that's stretched. And everything is precise when he's in control. And the moment that control is left, now it's clipped and it's faster, and his voiceover gets interrupted. That mantra had further to go, but the plan doesn't belong to him anymore. And then you think it's over and pause, cue dog.
It was also important to me, I like the idea of a dark house, two people fighting. You know, these are two assassins. They both have long criminal histories. Neither of them want to be, talking to Florida PD about a domestic disturbance in this house on stilts. So they are one of them is going to finish the job. And I like the idea that they were trying to do it as quietly as possible, even though it meant, beating somebody to death with a bong.
I think we have time for one more. She's been waiting for a long time. Yeah.
It's not going to blow your mind, but hello, Mr. Fincher. Thank you for the film. First of all, I was wondering if you could talk about Tilda Swinton's character and what it was like to work with her. And the second one, I think it's been touched upon a little bit just now. It was so interesting to me because you spoke about how unlikable your protagonist is, which is true, and how sociopathic.
I liked him.
No, Mr. But because you mentioned the dog, it was really interesting to me that, what happened with the dog, and it kind of made me dislike him a little bit less, because...
What was the first question?
Tilda Swinton. Working with Tilda Swinton and her character.
Look, everybody wants to work with Tilda Swinton. Tilda Swinton is a unicorn, and I'd worked with her on Curious Case of Benjamin Button, which was mostly me just sort of staring at the monitor in a fawning way and going, oh, great, she's done? Great. And we had this idea that there was going to be the samurai was going to meet an elder samurai on the road, and they were going to have a discussion about what the ghost of Christmas is yet to come is going to leave in Fassbender's mind. And it is a manipulation. These are 5, 6 Bernie Birnbaum scenes, as I like to call them. It's fun. My favorite Coen Brothers movie, Miller's Crossing. And you're taking a guy out into the woods, and one of you is not coming back. And it's six scenes like that. And so the question was to make them all very different. Someone's going to beg for their life. Someone's going to say, you don't have the courage. Somebody else is going to go into the manipulation as to, this hurts you more than it hurts me. Think about it. All those things. And I thought, if you have an 8-page scene of an elder assassin statesman, Tilda Swinton, knock me over with a feather and throw a sheet over me. That's easy.
But she does so much too before her dialogue kicks in, the realization that this is happening and has happened when he sits down, the amount of things that happen with her eyes before her speech begins.
Lip. I love that level.
She's this just happened. Yeah. And we were in hysterics when we were studying how well she delivers it just with eyeballs.
Yeah.
Okay, the very last one.
Hello, I'm Bao from China. Thank you for the great film. And my question is, you have interviewed many serial killers in the Mindhunters, and I'm very sad that there's no third season. But I'm very, very happy that the new film is about killer actually is also a kind of serial killer. And you also, many of your crew from this film are also from the Mindhunters. So I wonder if the work of Mindhunters helped to build the character, because in the graphic novels, actually there's not a lot of background story of the character. Yeah.
Mindhunter, obviously doing all the legwork and research that one has to do to tell the story of that many varied, despicable characters. You learn a lot about sociopathy. And so that was a really important part in being able to kind of dramatize, characterize him. There are just shortcomings that the character needs to have, and they're going to be evident in different ways depending on the external forces. So, yeah, it was a great thing to be able to say, this is not BTK. You know, like we've had this discussion. We sort of know what we're talking about. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I think she's also asked if there's going to be another season.
No. No, there's not.
Okay. Unfortunately, we have to finish here. Thank you, David. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Yes, of course, yes. Thank you. Yes.